Hello, hello. Hope everybody's doing well. Good to see you. Welcome to Maverick Workshop. We are going to be working on some. I'm getting framed. Here we go. We'll be working on some diamond painting pins to kick off today, and then we're going to be moving towards working on some other fountain pins. I've got to work on those sections and then shape the cap barrel and section, and then those will be sent off to be sanded and polished all the way over about 7 feet away from me to Abby. So, yeah. That's what we'll be working on. I'm going to wait until we get some more people in here and then maybe, chat some more. But in the meantime, I think it'd be pretty cool to just kind of ASMR it for a little bit and then go from there. Hey, happy Friday. All right, so these are the villain era. So you may or may not know that a lot of the villains seem to be purple and green. I don't know. Maybe that's just what I'm thinking, but yeah, there's a lot that are there's purple and green. Just interesting, I guess. Lawrence, what's up, man? Did the those people receive the shadow box that you were working on and stuff? I don't remember if you answered that before. Or if I asked that before. But yes. Okay, everything is set. We're looking good. Looking good. Okay. That's good. That's good. These are the ones that we're going to be working on here. What? Boom. All right, there we go. So I've only got about 10 left. This is obviously not the same, but yeah. Not shadow box. What was it then? What was that? I thought it was a display. My bad, man. Memorial plaques. Gotcha, gotcha. Gotcha, man. Morty! But it's a nice Friday. Hope you're feeling well. Everybody's doing good. Let's see. I need to change this too. Commission fountain pens are done. Diamond painting pins, and then I don't know. We'll work on something else afterwards. That'd be great, dude. Because maybe at some point we can commission one for a pin. If we're doing like a signature type of pin that we want, to come with like a nice display and all that jazz. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. And be able to work something like that into there. Do you have an Instagram? I don't know if I added you or not. You did. Right on. Ah, I got a new phone. Right on. Better camera, better pictures. Oh yeah. Abby got a new phone too. I'm still rocking the previous awesomeness. I don't see a need for me to change that right now. Abby's getting some action shots. She's waiting for the honeycomb, I guess. That's it. Ooh, ah. At least I'm dressed to impress, right? Ugh. I don't know if you know, but it is Fountain Pen Day on November 7th. I just saw that pop up. So, not sure what you got planned. But obviously, we got to do something fountain pen related on that day. Maybe, I don't know. We'll make one, right? I'm already thinking make one, obviously, but what? How are we gonna do it? And what kind of fountain pen are we gonna make? And then what are we gonna do with it when we make it? All of these things. All these unknowns. Does anybody ever watch lives on TikTok? I've got another video that I've been working on. I made it the other day, and it ended up being a gift. But you know, I've been really thinking about doing something for teachers. Just haven't quite figured out what exactly I'm going to do for the teachers quite yet. And then there's another thing that I was thinking about project-wise that is for a band conductor teacher. So one of my daughters is in band, and so I was thinking making something. Probably leave it more traditional style, and then just add a little bit of just a little subtle something in here. I don't know yet. Oh, somebody else that has been here for a bit, and we chat also off stream. One of those people that is also a fountain pen maker, they decided to attend some shows, and then he's doing some work out there. So making good impacts on it. And so really exciting to see some people that are actually using some of the stuff that, using some of the information and stuff that I'm putting out in the web, you know. He, you know, I think in some ways he's a much better pen maker than I am. But you know what? It's something else for me to look at and aspire to be in some areas. So Nobody can be the master of anything, can they? Or a master of everything. Bum, bum. But still, it's fun, man. Because the main thing is you kind of compare yourself to what you were before, not to somebody else. Although drawing inspiration from others is another thing. Ooh, that brings me to another interesting topic that, you know, I sometimes think I should make videos on some of these little chats and rants that I have, but yeah, I'd rather have somebody else do that. And since there's nobody else to do that, that's why you don't see them as videos. Let's see. All right, we need to switch the tool rest here. Yeah, jack of all, master of none. That's the story of my life, and every ADD, ADHD person's thing. It's like I am familiar with like everything. All right, not everything, but I got familiarity with a lot of things. But you know, doesn't mean I'm good at any single of them. But yes, indeed. Alright. Oh, Lawrence! So, I had told you that my dad has been in the shop. He's been coming like every Monday and thinking about increasing the amount of times he comes to 2 days, potentially. But it's pretty awesome because he's really enjoying it, and he is probably going to end up buying his own lathe here soon so he can do some extra stuff at his place, which is pretty awesome. Pretty exciting pretty excited about that. Anywho, just a lot of cool things in the works. Have to work with somebody else or some of the other projects that I've got, and then I need to work with a machinist for another project that I've got. And I was working with another machinist already for a different project, so I got a lot of things in the works, and I just think it's fun. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Sorry to hear that. I hope you were able to, you know, enjoy and remember the times that you had. Because I know my grandfather, he's been gone for a long time, but he was a big part of my life. So, yeah, that's the plan. Oh, need a couple more marks here. Also, I wonder, do you think people like the voiceless or voiced videos? Because, you know, I kind of like, you know, just setting up a project and then getting the different clips of it and then putting all the clips together into a video. But I still don't know if I like talking on them or not, because there is that whole element of enjoying the sound of the machines, just watching everything happen, not really needing to focus on what's being said as much. So, I don't know. Any thoughts on that? 2019. Yeah, you like the voice. I'm talking about videos, by the way. And then what kind of, I guess, what would you want me to be talking about? Like the sequence of things that I'm doing, or the specific things that I'm looking at while I'm doing different steps, I mean. something funny that my most viewed video that I've made is like no voice. I'm pretty sure I don't talk at all. But then I remade the video that has voice associated with it, and that one has gotten little to no views. Then on the other hand, if people really wanted to see the sequence of whatever it was, I mean, that's why I do the lives. So on one hand, I could do videos with voice and just show, like visually show, and then on the other hand, I could talk through everything and still do my streams and stuff. It's just doing a voiceover. It's not that it's hard. At least the way that I do it. But right on, man. I'll see you. But yeah, working on the different things is kind of a, I don't know. Dead air. The other thing that I guess I'm trying out is, as far as the sequencing goes, like how long should I be on each one? How long should I make my videos? I think I'm just going to find that in volume, really. I'm going to have to just try the different things, even if it's the same video, pretty much. Just try different things. I don't know. Yeah, diamond painting pins are what I'm turning right now. These are pretty small canvases that is primarily spindle turning, and it's just a lot of fun. Gives you a lot of freedom to do a lot of stuff because you're not really worried about the brass showing through or anything like that. So I think this would be a fun way to do that. All right. Oh, radio silent. Just hear the sweet sound of Morty in the background, I reckon. know what I need to get back here so it doesn't flash like this? I need to get a flag. Yeah, I think I should get a flag right there. Got one. I haven't put it up yet. Yeah. Well, I think. Shoot, I'll have to do that after these. Chris, what's up, man? How you been? It's going, my friend. It is going. How have you been? Are you going to the Turner's Expo this coming March 2026? Life's good, life's good. Hey, you know what? They should put that on a shirt, shouldn't they? Or some bumper stickers and stuff, huh? I'm just kidding. It's already being done. Unfortunately, it's over my daughter's birthday weekend. And last year, well, I guess this year, um, I went and missed her birthday, but right on. Scalaba! Brian! What's up, man? I was actually about to pause and text you once I finish this one. And I'm still going to do that. But yeah, what's up, dude? Good to see you. See, this is why I want like a specific type of group as well, that we can have like, I know we got phone numbers and stuff, but man, I'm thinking like, I don't know, a designer's circle kind of thing. But yeah, so one of the things that we talked about before, I think I cracked a different code on something. But I might end up having to work with like Tapco, man. Because if I was going to try and do potentially any volume on what we had discussed most recently, I think I'd have to work with them to make that. Ooh. Heck yeah, man. Did you finish the fence already? But yeah, so what I just texted you is kind of I had this thought of like, you know, what is about that size? And then it's like, you know what? Why should it be more complicated? To make it easier, possibly. And I found by 16, and I've also found by like 20 or something, but not the one that I want. Well, that I would need, rather. But apparently that specific thing was something that people were trying to solve like 9 years ago on some, I think, Reddit, maybe. So, I don't know. I still think that there are a lot of people that are not familiar with multi-start. So, you know, that in some ways that's an advantage on, you know, a maker's side. If I had to say a bit more about it. But yeah, man, that's potentially a direction. And then I was also thinking, how hard would it be? Because I've seen people thread by having a tap. If people have a tap that is the appropriate thread pitch already, wouldn't you be able to use that to thread something? Whether it be the inside or outside, like if you set it up to where the carriage is moving how it's supposed to, then wouldn't you be able to just use that and then create a multi-start? Repeatability, that wouldn't be super fun. However, I think for doing it in the first place, I don't know how that works quite yet, but that's something that I was thinking about. Hey, good deal, man. Good deal. Yeah, sorry we got multi conversations going, but yeah, just thinking about that. What are you getting the MDF for? Is that for the molds? Welcome back, Chris. Good to see you, my friend. Chris, you remember Brian? He was at the mate as well. And he'll be going again next year. Brian, Chris is, he was there as a spectator, customer, something like that. And then he was getting the guide, the tour, the grand tour by Bob. That might jog your memory. Understood. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, pretty quiet Friday, I gotta say. Pretty quiet Friday. That's all right. Eventually I'll have a schedule. Or not. I don't know. I wouldn't count on it. Hey, that'd be dope, Chris. Do you want me to send you some materials? Or you got something in mind already? Because I think that'd be a pretty dope thing to do as far as, you know, if I send somebody like Chris, if I send you materials, is that what you would want? Or I mean, I don't have a preference on what kind of pin, but that would be fantastic. Let's see. Goodness. I need to rotate this insert. This is a little more dull than I prefer. Oh, you never met him? He was, Brian was at the show. He was next to Tim McKenzie. So McKenzie was like on kind of the back wall of the show, or not the back wall, but across from the back wall of the showroom. And then that square right there. So McKenzie was here, Brian was right here. So like you walked into the showroom and then you hung a right, you'd see Brian after I think Cocoon blanks. But yeah, he's there with his kiddos and stuff. Maybe next year's show? Yeah. I was asking Chris, I don't know if he's going to end up going. He said probably not, but I don't know. I don't know. That's all right, man. There's only so much processing power for me, so I met people that I already was relatively familiar with, and then just added a couple more people to the the whole thing. So I'm just glad to meet the people. If you want to send me something, please do. Man, I hear you. I hear you. I like your style. I'm gonna send you something that's gonna be like really hard to work with. And I'm just kidding. Send you some palm black, the black palm. Man, I hate that stuff. But it looks so good. It looks really good when it's done by somebody that's more skilled than I am with that particular material, at least. Ooh, that's right, I forgot. I rotated it. It's a bit chippy. Hey, what's up, man? How you doing? So, do y'all know the difference between a hippo, like a hippopotamus, and a zippo? Well, one's really heavy and one's a little lighter. I got one that's in a similar vein here. What's heavier, a gallon of water or a gallon of butane? It's the butane because it's a lighter fluid. I heard those yesterday and I was like, yes, I like those. So I store that away in the old dad jokes. A little cheesy. That's all right. You know when a joke becomes a dad joke? When it becomes apparent. That's all I got for now. That's all I got for now. I gotta pace myself. They're the same. Rocks! It's a pound of both. It always gets somebody. Yeah. It's one of those things where you got to pay attention to the question very carefully. Somebody was trying to argue with the whole the gallon of water versus butane. You got the nerds out there like, oh well, actually, you see, butane is or you know what I mean? It's like, dude, I guess this went right over your head, didn't it? Your niece? Yeah. So you're one of those uncles. That's good. Man, that's also kicking it back to like what, high school science, where it's like in a vacuum, which one's going to fall faster, a penny or a bowling ball? Well, they're going to fall at the same rate, 9.8 meters per second. And the reason is because there's no drag. The size is irrelevant. If you just drop them both, they'll hit the ground at the same time. Well, the bottom of the vacuum, I guess. Are we moving to riddles yet, or no? We just stick with the jokes for a little bit. I hear you on that, Chris. I hear you, man. And in some cases, I am very, very similar. I want to return the favor, kind of thing. But yeah, man, what are you like really good at making? Because it could be that. It didn't have to be a pen. If I don't know, if you were good at making something else. Yeah. But either way, I'm happy. It'll just go on my my trophy box that I haven't gotten started yet. Because I think it'd be pretty awesome to have pins from everybody that you know, hangs out, works with me, or works something like that, and then, you know, just I guess a highlight of the type of thing. C-I-E. That's a lot of letters. Got a promotion at the farm. The new C-I-E. Ah! Got it. I got it now. E-I-E-I-O. Got it. Oh man. Did I say Juan? Yes. It took me a second. And you know, when you're delivering those kinds of jokes verbally, you kind of have to like deliver it in a like flat tone kind of thing. That way it doesn't be like, it doesn't trigger the little song potential. What is up, Mike? How you doing, man? We got Chris in the house. We've got Ryan in the house. Yes. Oh, you heard. You must have had that tingle. Like, I know something's going on, and I need to be a part of it. My jokes are funny. I mean, I do have a dark side of my jokes, but those are kind of reserved for not lives. Something else that I thought was funny, really quite funny, and it's not exactly a joke because it happens as well, but it was more the realization that I thought was amusing. And you know, woodworking is one of those things where you can compliment another dude's wood and it's never a problem. I guess that one's a PG-13 one right there. But I won't quit my day job and try to be a comedian. So. It's just funny realizations that I have, I guess. Let's see. It's just, it was one of those funny realizations that I had. And then as far as like the whole, I was thinking about actually making it, you know, like on a TikTok or something. But I would need friends that made videos with me. Abby's not quite the right person to, well, I guess that would probably open up a whole different side of the jokes, huh? Yeah. Let's see, Mike, you got any, man? The other one that I had said before is what's the difference between a hippo and a zippo? And well, the zippo's a little lighter. What was the other one? My kids didn't understand it though, because zippos. And honestly, I'm not upset about that one. That's for sure. It's more like dads telling other dads that joke, or adults, I guess. There you go. That'd be cool. My motorcycle key doesn't have much on it, so I could use a keychain, that's for sure. Man, I need to get out there and ride more too. Just been cranking out here. Trying to figure out what I'm going to do when I grow up. That was kind of an ongoing joke that we had in the mill too. It's like everything we did, it was like a hobby for some extreme sport of something like that for the most part. But then we'd look at each other and be like, all right, well, what are we going to do when we grow up? I totally took a big turn compared to what I used to do. It's funny, my kids don't even know what I really did. But, I mean, it's all right. It's not a big deal. You still waiting to grow up? Yeah, man. I don't think there are some things that I don't think I'll ever. Yeah, I just think there's some things I don't really ever think is going to change. Music and change. Well, I mean, Chris, have you thought about getting like brass tubes of various sizes and then being able to make them however you want? I mean, that's a kind of a leading into custom making for sure. Like some of the EDC beads that I had made, I did start with the brass tube insert, and then I was like, you know what? I don't actually need the brass. I can just make the thing like that and not have an insert at all, and then just drill the hole for the manual, and then I can turn like 5 at a time. But yeah, I suppose that's just a different direction in some ways. I don't know. I got a lot of tendencies that are somewhat childish, I would say. My humor is probably... I went back and watched some Adam Sandler movies, and I still find those funny. Even though they're, like, geared towards teenage boys. But, man, I still find that dumb humor funny. At least for the most part. I saw a little reel yesterday that was a dude that was I don't remember what his handle was, but he had a like a power wheel, but he obviously changed out the motor and made that motor up to 100 horsepower, and so he's got like his power wheel with 100 horsepower. He had to do a lot with the wheels and stuff too, but just starting with the power wheel type of thing and then making it have 100 horsepower. It's so funny. It's like things that you thought of as a kid, but you didn't have the skills, and so now you're like turning back the clock in some ways, because you do have, you know, a little bit of money to play around with in some cases. And then that thing was crazy. 100 horsepower. That's more than my motorcycle has got.
Oh, I guess it's 13 less. About, yeah, something like that. That's awesome. The Facebook group. Modified Power Wheels.
Yeah, that's funny.
I think it's amusing.
It'd be fun to drive one too.
And some of the stuff that these backyard people come up with, my goodness, it's impressive. Believe it or not, I used to be more of a country boy. Before joining the military, I was a bit more of a country boy. Used to chop wood with my grandfather. Work a nice 8 hours with my grandfather, and I'd get a whole quarter. And then maybe we'd go to Bojangles, and I'd order what I wanted, and which would be a tea with some chicken and whatnot. But then he would order the senior citizen meal and then give me that little cup.
Dang it, man.
One of the other embarrassing things, one of the most embarrassing things I think that he had me doing was going to the drive-through window. Well, he would go park, and he'd be like, okay, go look under the drive-through window and pick up any change that's been dropped. It's like, I don't want to do that. But, you know what? There was some change there. Not a lot. Certainly not worth my pride. But what did I know? I was a young kid. Really is a back in my day kind of thing right there. Well, I guess since I'm talking about him, he did share one of the really good jokes. I don't know if this is a grandfather joke or not, but it was us driving down the road. We were in the car, and we saw hay bales that were round, because when they use the machinery, they end up in like big old round hay bales, right? first things first, you got to know that they're always round. And so he drove by and he was like, "Oh, there's poor cows," and I didn't think much of it. And then we went past another one, and he said, "Man, those poor cows." And he said, "What? Why are you saying poor cows?" And he said, "Those cows can't get a square meal." Oh man, I don't know when it becomes a grandfather joke, but maybe it's a country boy joke. I don't know what category it falls into, but it really caught me off guard. Right on, man. Go eat some grub. Let's see. But yeah, the cows couldn't get a square meal because the hay bales were round. Yeah. Oh, this is the second to last one. Boom. This green, I believe, glows as well. So these look pretty neat. And for whatever reason, people love the glow. I'm not sure why, but they do. I mean, I like glow as well. I think it's really fun to come out in the workshop with the light before the lights turn on and see like the glow powder that Abby's got. The glowiest glow. But it's just funny. We've had thermal before, thermal pigments. Like, I actually think I found a blank not too long ago. Yeah, let's see. Are these gonna glow right? Hey. I think this is one. Let's see. Uh-oh. Am I going to be able to reach? No, I don't think so. But yeah, I think this is a... At least get somewhat centered. Okay. So this one actually has no holes or anything in it. It's just a blank. We're going to try to get some color action here. Some thermal action. Righty. Centered. Pretty centered. Alright, it's not perfect, but it'll do. Alright, so we're turning. And then to activate the color shift. It should be cold right now. So I'm just putting a paper towel on it. It's going to create some friction. There you go. You can see it turn pink. So thermal stuff is also pretty neat. But yeah, so this is what it was, and then I heated it up, and that's what it looked like. But going back to cold, it'll reset. That looks cool. Yeah, it is a pretty neat effect. I haven't seen too many people doing it as far as making goes, but you know, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, well, I mean, the pin's going to change colors when you hold it and write with it and stuff. So maybe that would be an opportunity for one of y'all to, one of y'all casters out there, give that a whirl. Although I will say, one of the things that we found when we first did it, at least, was that it, what was it? It was, it'll come to me. It's got little pigment schmeckles. That's what we call them. We call them schmeckles. But if you look close, it kind of has, well, I guess you might not even be able to see it, but it's got little like strawberry, like little pores in it. At least that's what it looks like. So it is a neat effect that we should revisit at some point. Thermal. I don't remember how much the medium costs for it. But yeah. Oh, so let's make some. This is a way to also tell if you're blanked out around if you couldn't tell already. But what we're going to do is we're going to do an asymmetrical one actually. We're going to do a little bit there, a little bit there. Right there. And then we're going to eyeball the rest of it. Like this. Drop down. Like here. Yeetus! Yeetus, I'm sorry. What's up? I haven't seen you here before. I'm John. Maverick Workshop is obviously where I do all my turning. And I make pins. But if somebody would like went all in, not all in, went hard, we'll say, on like the color shifting stuff, and it being a part of like pins and resin and all that stuff combined, I think you can have a pretty decent market. Where you could probably seamlessly get yourself into moving some stuff product-wise, if that was what you intended. Otherwise, I just think it's really cool. You just have to put your disclaimer there, say don't put it in your mouth and don't put it in your drinks, or don't use it as a stirring stick and stuff like that. But the way, first things first, don't actually use diamond painting pins to do that, but the polish that we use is something that makes the surface so smooth that it has that shiny appearance to it. We sand from like about 240 if needed, and then 320 all the way to 2500, and then we move to a polish, and that's magic juice that is available. Maybe I should get a link, but I don't have a link because I'm not sponsored or anything like that. Anywho, but yeah, magic juice. And then when you use that, it's like a jeweler rouge almost, like a jeweler, not rouge, jeweler's polish. And it makes the scratches appear less and less because the grit gets finer and finer. And so it just ends up looking shiny instead of putting something on it that makes it shiny. One of the problems with glitter, man. One of the problems with glitter. Sometimes you can't get a flush cut. However, one of the mitigating things that you could do if you felt that flap, if you felt a flap or something right there from the glitter, because it didn't cut all the way and it's not flush with the blank itself, you can take it out, flip it around, and then essentially what you're going to do is be rotating it the opposite direction to hit the little flag that's sticking up. So it'll basically spin it the other direction and you'll cut that part. So it's kind of like bending something back and forth until it comes off. Same thing with sanding, you can do that, which is a pretty clever little trick. If you don't have a reverse on your lathe, you can literally just flip it around. I figured that out earlier this year, unfortunately. Took a little while, but we got there. Okay, let's go ahead and tidy this up a bit, and then hop over to the metal lathe, do some sections. Sounds good. And I would say for diamond painting pins that the color shifting is going to probably lend itself to be one of the better things, because if you make it too thin, the temperature can fluctuate too much and the color changing effect might not be as apparent. Yeah. All right. Let's see. I am going to just switch this here. I'm going to hop over here to pivot this down. There we go, that'll work. Brian, if you're out there, that's not a key in the chuck, okay? That's not what that is. And then the other thing is I thought about naming that key.
after you. But that would just be me ribbing you. But I didn't want to be mean. There you go. Alrighty. Yeah. Okay, so what I'm working on now are these here. So these are the sections for the purples, and then oh, I guess I can't count. There we go. This is not going to be one of the ones I'm working on. So just these sections here is what it is going to be. Alright, we can turn Morty off for a moment. We don't need dust collecting. Let's see. I'm going to flip this box upside down. Or are we? Come on now. That's going to fall. That'll work. Okay, I need to... I'll do nothing. We're good. We're good. Let's see. I need to get my drill bits for the sections here. Are they right there already? Okay, I guess they are. Uh-oh. So I need this. 9:30 seconds. Where you at? You at, girl? Are you 9:30 seconds? Okay, that's one thing I don't like about cheap drill bits, is that they stamp them so weakly, like minimal pressure, that it just does not show up for crap. All right. Oh, that's what I wanted to do. Let me turn the light on here so we can all see a little bit better, eh? Ah, that's a little better. Illumination. All right, that'll do. That'll do. Ba-bum. Okay. But yeah, Brian, I have not been around tools that were so massive that I was super worried about it. As far as, you know, the tools themselves, but I definitely know that there is a risk where you want to be able to break free if you do happen to get caught, or be able to shut it off or completely avoid it in the first place. Hey, BC7 Studio. You wouldn't happen to be Bone Crusher, would you? And what's up, dude? How you doing? I'm glad to be caught and alive. Hey, look at that. See? Real vague, but I knew who you were. Hope you're doing well, man. Good to see you. I go live pretty irregularly. Trying to get me on a schedule is, I mean, I'm out here turning, but actually drawing a thing and writing down what I'm going to be turning live, just a weird thing for me. But yeah, if y'all don't know, Bone Crusher is a fellow pin maker, and I have not had the pleasure of getting at least a long chat with you in person, but I think I did meet you in Orlando. I don't remember for sure. You turning while watching? Heck yeah, man. I like it. I like it. You gonna start changing your techniques and stuff too? I'm just messing. Hopefully you have a better place for your calipers than I do, because I lose those things. You know what? They're inside. All right. Well, we got another one. We met in DC. Okay. DC was a big one, so I didn't mingle with too many people, honestly. We did a little sightseeing, and then not too much networking outside of the show, which we try to. But yeah, man, it's good to see you again. Alrighty, that looks good. Hit that with a little bit of sandpaper. But yeah, man, what are you working on right now? You working on your inventory of fountain pens? And then do you have other shows that are coming up? Or well, I guess New York just ended recently, didn't it? I didn't go to that one. Oh, a few orders from the Denver show. Right on, man. That's awesome. Haven't been to Denver Pin Show before. Is it a big one? Or is it new? Is it a new one? It might be a newer one that I don't know. Were you hanging out with Fourth Kind in
Well, no, I think that was Orlando again. Huh. I don't know. Dudes with big beards are intimidating. I'm just kidding. Had that beard of authority, so. Uh-oh. I think I messed it up. I think I just made the tenon too small. Oh no. Oh, that's not good. Oh well, that's why the blank's a little bit longer too, in case we make mistakes. Huh? We're going to use that as a little template here. And then not go that small. Been going on 10 years. Wow. All right, Bart from Zodiac made it out there. That's cool. You talked to Bart? He's pretty local to where we are. I think he's only like 30 minutes away from us or so. That's still too big, so I'm going to have to trim it down a bit more. But yeah, I think he was testing that show out to kind of see if it was one that he wanted to put into the rotation for future. And as far as Denver, I wonder if there's snow out there right now, because that would be a good reason to go snowboarding out there. Okay, let's see. Getting it closer. 80. Okay, good. Let's not goober that one up again, eh? Do you live near Denver? Is that why you go there often, or? Okay. Because I made that little adjustment there, I gotta go back in and open it up a bit more. All right, no, we're good. Oh, gotcha. Cool. I did some snow and avalanche training when I was out there. I got my level 1 snow and avalanche rescue specialist when I was out there. I think we also did swiftwater rescue out there too. No, for sure we did. Rescue anything? I don't have quite the horsepower I used to, man. It's good to see you, Kevin. How you been? I don't know if you've heard of Bone Crusher, but that's who BC7 is. Hey, was your name Mike? I don't remember. I'm sorry. But I appreciate it, man. The career field that I was in, they actually did some rescues for Hurricane Katrina. And then the other mission set we had at the time was NASA. We had a NASA mission where they would do test launches, and the shuttles or the pods would come back down, and we would retrieve them and stuff. James, my bad. My bad, man. Nice to meet you, James. But yes, oh yes. Oh man. That was our maritime mission set. It was a good time. Good time. One of the last missions I had was a local mission where some bicyclists got stuck in the mountains in Tucson. And so it was me and another Jay. We went out and did some searching for them. Well, I guess I should have said that we're searching. I was search and rescue. But yeah, we had a local thing where, because we were helicopter qualified and we worked a lot in helicopter and had multiple ways of retrieving people, we would be that little dingleberry coming from a helicopter. Oh, dang, man. All right, well, be strong. Be strong. You tell them what's up. I'm just kidding. But good luck, man. Hope it all goes well for you and how you want it to go. Alrighty. Hey James, what are your thoughts on all the makers switching over to CNCs? You feel like you're falling behind or anything? Because I don't. There's people working on their CNCs getting these things made. And hey, if they got the volume that they need to do, fine. Some things you just can't bypass no matter what. Although some people here have told me that there's a sanding thing that you can do with the CNC. And I don't know how much I think that that's going to work out. Chris, what's up, man? What was on the menu? Bone Crusher 7 was your call sign? That's a long call sign. Well, my last name's Lewis, and my call sign was L-Dub. And then when I did other work, I had a different call sign. But, you know, we'll have to have a couple bevies before I get into that. But thank you for your service, my man. I did not retire. I spent 11 years active, and then 3 years in the Guard, and then I was doing some overseas contracting stuff, and then that is when there was that conflict of going to the weekend meetups or whatever for the Guard, and so the other thing was the one paying the bills, so I had to prioritize. Let's see. What'd you do in the Army? Yeah. CNC takes the fun out of making the pins. Yeah, I could see that. I think it does as well. But I do think it increases the potential for your production. So definitely, I don't know. I think it just adds a different set of skills. Oh, you were a medic as well. Were you a 18 Delta? I work with some 18 Deltas and some SF dudes. 68 whiskey. Right on. That's awesome. Well, I guess we got that in common too, huh? As far as medic. Did you have to go to Army Airborne? Or, I mean, did you get the opportunity to go to Army Airborne? I say in a sarcastic tone. I hated Airborne. Worked with quite a few Rangers actually too. There were a lot of Rangers in the Army scene.
That's for sure. Yeah. Back still hurts. Well, then you didn't do your PLF correctly. You're supposed to keep your feet and knees together. Oh man, I doubt it's changed a whole lot since, well, from when I went to when you went. It doesn't seem like something that changed very much in like 50, 40 years, 50 years. But I also went to Army Halo, that was in Yuma Proving Grounds. That was a much better experience. And the funny thing too is, even though we got static line round qualified, we always jumped static square. So that was fun. Oh yeah, your knees slightly bent, and that's what it was. Your feet and knees together, knees slightly bent, bend forward at the waist, and prepare to smack the shit out of the ground. Yeah, man. It's nice to have somebody to, to chat with about that. It's been a while. Little trip down memory lane. I got pretty good at hoops, though. We'd flip our helmets upside down and then just throw rocks into them forever, it seemed. Oh, pretty messed up landing, dang. We, the spotter, one of the jump masters, sent us out over a landing strip, and we landed on the tarmac. And it was an equipment jump too. It sucked. You know, if you don't mind me asking, how old were you when they sent you to Army Airborne? I mean, we got so many seasoned people into. Well, we met up with a lot of senior enlisted members, and they looked at us like we were just some young punks. Because I mean, we were, man. It was a part of our pipeline. Just a very different, I guess, thing. 22. All right, all right. You should have been pretty resilient, pretty limber, I guess. But yeah, let's see. When I got to that point, I think I was like 18 or 19. No, for sure 19. 19 or 20. That's what it was. Still jumping the T10 deltas. Oh man, I don't know what they're jumping now, but my goodness. Big change from what I used to do, that's for sure. Making pins, that is. This is the way, so way to be. Alrighty. Need a little scrap piece. But yeah, shoot. That's awesome. Did you ever want to go to like Ranger School or CAG or SF or anything like that? Because I mean, if you were in good shape, you probably could have gotten going into that. Or did you even know about it? I mean, there's stuff that I didn't even know about at the time, and so I didn't even know that that was something that I would have been interested in. I'll be honest. A metal lathe? I used to make them on the wood lathe, but there's just so many, I guess, more conveniences that this offers. But I will say too that there's also drawbacks because some of the things is just annoying. Maintenance. Oh, I had to take everything apart and because the carriage over time it just started like slightly tilting when I was cutting, so I was not able to get like the right cut for a while, and so I just had to deliberately offset. Hey, there's a military term. I had to deliberately offset to get the actual size I was going for. Alrighty, do some of that, do some of this. I'll say one of the things that's a benefit, I think, is like the amount of torque that it has, and then the forward, reverse, and I used to trim them a lot differently, but I figured out, you know, a different approach to where it wouldn't be as bad. Let's see. Hey, welcome back, welcome back. When you said hi before, hey, no worries, man. I appreciate you saying hi. That means a lot. But I do still make things on the wood lathe. Um, I do all my finishing on the wood lathe, and um, if I could only get one, it would absolutely be a wood. So, but don't get me wrong, it is nice to have a metal lathe too. We've got 3 lathes. Abby's got one for sanding and polishing. That I just took the banjo out. But let's see. Hey, oh, good, man. Everything's going pretty good. Nothing to complain about. You know what I should do? You know what's funny is turning stuff that's square around, man. I don't actually do that. And it's funny because I usually turn a whole bunch of things like that when I'm trying to dull my carbide a little bit, because I don't like having super sharp carbide tools, and so I'll save a bunch of square blanks for that. So I pretty much never turn anything from square on the metal lathe. That picture.
Because I have so much excess on my section, I'm going to mark these and then cut them with a bandsaw and then fine tune once I get to that point. But yeah, the reason I got the metal lathe was because I wanted the stock to be flat. Because the way that I was making them in the first place, well, we'll just say that I learned more over time. And then you start realizing that, well, I probably have stuff that I don't really need. Got something similar to what you're making now? Right on. Solid brass roller pin, kitless and tubeless. Should be in... Yeah, man. I'm going to assume that's autocorrect and you don't actually mean that you're going to eat it. I'm just kidding, man. Let's see. I'm at the bandsaw. Gotta give me 1 sec. Oh yeah. What kind of project, man? Is it pin related? I'm for it. Boom. There we go. Oh yeah. Oh, there we go. Custom mandrel? Heck yeah. I hope your expectations are real low, because I don't do any threading on the metal lathe. Other than with taps and dies. That's beyond my skill level for now. Although I do have some ideas that I wanted to work on. Let's see. Got something similar. Yeah. Also in fountain pens. Heck yeah. But man, I like fountain pens. There's just something about it that's like, there's the whole beauty and simplicity, and then you're able to make them in a variety of ways. So one of the things that I like to do here is lower that barrier a little bit for people to be able to make the pins or whatever it is that they want to that's pin related. So that's not the limiting factor. Alrighty. Let's see. Vinny, what's up, dude? Hope you're doing well. We got Bone Crusher in the house. Brian was here. Chris here. We got board handcrafted. Is your name Anthony or board? I think I asked you this last time. I'm trying, man. I'm trying to get them all right. These seem weird, no brass tube and just the nib cartridge and cap. Oh, right on. Michael. Hey. I did say Michael, didn't I? That was my second guess. What am I doing? Where are we at? I'm having an out-of-body experience. Just kidding. We're good now. Yeah. This Scottish one. Yeah, man. I swear. I swear I forget. Forget sometimes, but it's all coming back. You did the fountain pen that I looked at. I also actually made a video that was you know, I guess a little bit in the wheelhouse for you to enjoy. Yeah. And I still haven't looked for your channel. But no tube. Yeah, man. That'd be fun. Let's see. Perfect. Beaver the Posh Show. Heck yeah, man. And I do apologize that I didn't remember your name, because I remember like all the conversations that we had about it and about the pin and then setting up for the show. I remember all that. And how you should just jump in, dude. You got it. If you want it to work, you got it. You can make it work. Let's see. When you piggyback in Ben's... So when am I going to piggyback Ben's Discord? Oh, man. So that wasn't a thought? That I actually said that out loud, huh? As far as maybe just, you know, hey Ben, you mind if I have just like a little corner of your Discord, because I'm not going to run one? Yeah. Yeah. Well, all right. I suppose I did. I don't remember. All right, almost there. That's funny too. Although I did ask him when he was going to do that, the Makers thing, one of his other projects that he was thinking about setting up. So, but I won't elaborate too much more, because, you know, I don't want to steal his thunder. But yeah, James, I don't like, I'll make mandrels, but they'll pretty much always be a single start. And if I have it as a tap and die, but I don't usually do it, and I usually do it just because I need it at that time. So I guess I'm just trying to limit your your expectations, I guess. Although I do have other people that are machinists that could absolutely help you out with that too. I'm sure you've heard of Brian Nikitas. He hangs out in stream. He was in here earlier. He was going to get some supplies. But yeah. And then I've got some other friends that are in also different countries that have other skill sets but yeah. So there's a lot of knowledge, a lot more knowledge than than I actually have that comes into the stream. So that's pretty cool. Hey, there he is. Speak of the devil. Yeah, I hear ya. The section threads are 11 by 1, 14 cap. Right on. Female cat. Hey, Vinny, I appreciate that, man. She is in pretty good spirits. Let's see. She has had a fever for a while. So we're still working on the whole fever thing, and we have to constantly spray her nose with saline to help, get the gunk out and also keep it clean. But yeah, I appreciate that, man. But yeah, your section threads. Do you like the reverse mandrel or do you do the other one? Because the way that I even turn sections is essentially like this. What you see right now is pretty much how I turn the sections over on the wood lathe. But I'll trim the mandrel down. Well, I'll just show you what it looks like actually. Because it'll look like this. When I go over to the wood lathe, this is essentially how I turn my sections. So this will be inside of a collet here, and then this is the only thing sticking out, and then this part will be supported. So I just do the turning like that, and so the template side basically is over here. So I know if I take the section down to whatever I had this set at, it'll be good. And then I'll also know if I need it to be a little bit bigger, a little smaller, and then I'll adjust when I'm turning like that. So, but yeah, if you wanted like a metal one made, Brian would be a good resource for that. He can probably get that knocked out pretty easily. And he just popped back in, so. Let's see. Man, Ben was like, he hurt his back and stuff, and so he's still out there. He's still getting it. That's for sure. Sorry. Wanted to see if there was dust or something in there, or if I needed to drill a little bit deeper. And there's my answer. But yeah, I appreciate you on that, Vinny. Those are the things going on at the moment. But she should be able to go back to school next week. We were only expecting like a day or two out, but it's been a little bit more. What? Listen, all right, sounds good, man. I'm mediocre at best about calling people. I pretty much don't have my phone with me. But yeah, we go. I'll remember it, and then we can do something with that. What the heck? Hmm. There we go. All right, that's all I needed. I just needed like a half mil, but it just didn't want to go. No cross thread. Ha! Love it. Perfect. Yeah. Uh-huh. Let's see, I got another perp here. Yes, Michael. How's it going, man? Are you working on them skills? Yeah. Ah. Dang, man, I need a can of compressed air over here. Or just a hose, a longer hose for my compressor. Yes. Man, we got a good crew today. Appreciate all y'all hanging out. Y'all are awesome. I'm just gonna have a swig of cafe right quick. Let's change the view so you're not doing what you were doing before. There we go. Let's see. Half mil. Hmm. But that's also
That's also why I keep some stock. Oh, I'm trying to show you and you can't. Hold on. Oink. That's why I keep some stock of different materials that was previously like turned. So I mean, these are the measurements that I use for my pen. About when I'm measuring out the different components. This is one of my basically templates. So when I trimmed this, I know that the stock is flat, so I can put it in to the jaws and it would be pretty much straight. But on the other hand, I can cut pieces out of it and then make different mandrels for it, just essentially by replicating the inverse of what the initial project was. So if it was for a section, in this case, I just went and grabbed a scrap piece and then doing it like that. But I do have mandrels for it. I just don't use them sometimes. But you know, the other thing I'll say too is if you wanted to get a metal lathe, there are some that are pretty good priced, and if you're like doing, I guess, the same type of work that I'm doing, I'm pretty sure that those will be perfectly fine. This one is from Little Machine Shop, and I think from ordering it to getting it shipped here on a pallet or whatever, I think it was around 2,300. And you know, hindsight being what it is, I wouldn't have needed the capabilities that this thing came with. So if it was a money consideration, that's what I would say about that. I've never really tried to thread anything, but I do use the the lead screw, and then run the carriage like that. So I do that. But yeah, if you do happen to get a metal lathe, I've gotten some pretty cool specific tools for it that work well for most parts, but some of them I prefer on the wood lathe. Like the final shaping of stuff, I'll use the metal lathe to basically trim them down like this. So I use the metal lathe just to trim it down. But yeah, I still take it over to my wood lathe and do the shaping manually. Because on a metal lathe too, you can also offset the tailstock and do like a tapered turning. That's a way to do it if you have just the basic, you know, this way and this way. Because if you wanted to do like a taper turning, you're going to need this part, this cross slide, to be moving. Which this one, I would have to manually do it, and I don't want to do that. It's faster for me not to do that, actually. Oh, shoot, man. What colors you got in the blanks? Am I going to have to buy some? Or are they even going to be for sale?
Oh, the other thing I should have mentioned too is I don't I don't run Maverick the Maverick pins one. Abby does that, um, and so I never look at it or see it or anything like that. So if something does come through that is for me, she'll just tell me. But the one that I do periodically check is the Maverick Workshop one. Oh, cool! Clear for label casts and some embedded objects for test blanks. That's awesome, dude. What label cast clear? What well, you don't have to share. But cool, man. Glad to hear you testing out stuff. I mean that, by the way. You just program your metal lathe and hit the button. Hey, that sounds fun. That sounds fun. What did you program it for, man? Nice. All right, one more. Where'd my mark go? Oh, cool, man. That sounds awesome. Going to the Pelican Hub. Huh. Had to talk with the wife going to the Pelican Hub, huh? Nice. The Pelican pins, or is this something else? Mm. Okay. Boom. They organize a nationwide meetup. Wow, that's pretty cool. You taking them some of your innovation ideas? I'm just kidding. But that's really cool. I didn't know they did that. And again, I didn't really know about pin shows either until about 5 years ago, I guess now, or 4 years ago now. Yeah, I didn't know they were a thing. Huh. I haven't honestly thought to look. One of those things, you don't know what you don't know. Oh yeah, let's see where we're sitting. Sean. Pelican. There are some well, one guy in particular that it comes to mind. I can't remember his name, but he is exclusively a vintage fountain pen reseller that focuses on Pelican. So pretty dope. Old timer guy. And see, that's another one of the things that I really like about the whole pen community stuff is those people aren't like super tight with their info because they want people to continue, it seems at least. But I do know there are some grumpy people out there as well that are just like, get out of my lane kind of thing. It's like, dude, what you're trying to do is keep the whole pen making stuff going, keep the handmade stuff alive. So when you want something like that to continue, you're going to want to not try to kick people out or limit how many people are in, and you know, there's nothing better than the whole some competition fueling creativity and stuff like that. So that's interesting, man. I hadn't thought of that. I'll have to look into it. Appreciate you letting me know. All right, let's see. I'm gonna leave that. Actually, we'll switch it out. Boom. Here we go. Let's hop back over here. This just needs to move just a tad. There we go. But yeah. I am familiar with Pelican. They've been around for a long time. And yeah. I don't know like what their disposition is on makers. Pelican, that is. Because I would imagine Pelican is like, no. We want all the business. It's like, whoa. It's all right, man. Have all the business you want or need. Just make it more appealing than what it is that I'm doing. Maybe you can even get into like consulting with them. Be like, hey, I'm a maker. You need some help with this. Because who really is the designers of the pens? I don't know that answer. I don't know who designs and stuff. the Lamy. I don't know who designed the Lamy or like doing iterations. You know what I mean? Like the what's this? The Niblet, the Esterbrook Niblet. I was talking to them a bit, so I bought a Niblet because I liked it. But then I whipped it out like this, and I was like, whoa, that's a lot of nib in a little pin here. And their reasoning was because they wanted it to be a pretty easy thing to swap out a Joe nib. So I think that's a Niblet. Michael, what's up, man? Hope you're doing well. You register early enough, they have free ink and writing pads. Cool. Certainly an incentive to be a part of the early bird special there. Oh, man. That's one of those things that just happened that was better than I hoped it would have been. That's good to hear, dude. What you got going on today? It's Friday. You ready for the weekend? Let's see. Let's see. All right, we're gonna actually make another mandrel. How about that? I don't need anything too wazoo. I just want it to be good for this. You work in your shop? Yeah, me too, man. I work till it's done. No, not anymore. There we go. 1? That's not bad. What time do you go in? Why? Why did I do that? You could have just done this. Well, here's how you make your section mandrel. You just get what you drill into the barrel with. You drill far enough. And then switch it up. Throw your tap in there. Boom. Drop that down a bit. 7:30 and after work you try to be a YouTuber? Yeah, me too. I try to be a YouTuber. I'm really mediocre. At best. At best. Mediocre at best. See, this is my main problem with wood lathes. Is it doesn't have the torque to go forward reverse conveniently like a metal lathe. Till it gets a little looser as far as tapping. So that is probably, I guess, my favorite thing about the metal lathe is threading. Because you have a forward and reverse, it just, you go back and forth. It's pretty easy. Alrighty, pop that bad boy out. I don't like that live center, so... Oh, there you are. I have a great... What? Oh, this setup? Oh. Man, there is so much that I would like different. But one of my problems is I don't even know what it is that I want to be different. So that's kind of like, I guess, the double-edged part of it is like, on one hand, I'm like, I want to enhance the camera stuff. And then on the other hand, I'm like, well, what's more important, the camera stuff or X? And I'm like, well, what the heck is that going to be? I don't know. But I appreciate it. I appreciate it. You don't want to leave compliments on the table, so I'll take that. But I just like it to be a, you know, cool hangout spot. I think that'd be pretty cool. Mm-hmm. You do everything on your phone? Dude, you know, hindsight, again, being what it was, I should have just started on my phone. Also, I probably should have, you know, I should probably still spend more time on, like, TikTok. I was thinking about that, you know, streaming potentially on TikTok, because, I mean, the vertical's already set up. And, you know, when you got the vertical going, although I did hear that recently they made it so you can kind of watch, if you're watching on TV or on a computer, you can kind of window the full screen view and then have chat on the side. So I think that's one of the more recent things that YouTube did. So it would be worth looking to see how your stuff is viewed and then paying attention to the other elements of YouTube. But that's, I think the biggest thing is starting. Like, if you just start, then, you know, eventually it's just going to get better. Especially when you got someone like Ben on your team. Hey, Ben, I was just talking about you. How you been, man? Ben's got no problem telling you if the volume sucks or if your video sucks. Heck, he'll even tell you if your pen needs some work done. I was just talking about how nice it is to, you know, have people be straight shooters with you when you want them to be. And then you got like the credibility to back it up and stuff. So somebody, if they come and they tell me that my pins suck, that's okay. But I won't necessarily like internalize that unless it's somebody's opinion that I value. So there is that. What am I doing? I need to get a tenon on this thing. That's what I was doing. You left TikTok? Yeah. See, I think what's interesting is that when you think about like the audience and where they actually are, as far as like woodworking and stuff, and turners and things like that, you got to kind of think like, well, what type of people are they? And I'm just thinking, you know, on one hand, I don't think very many older people use TikTok. So if your target audience is older people, and I say target audience, meaning that the people that you want to hang around, you want them to find your stuff, you want them to be a part of what it is that you're building up. I think TikTok has there's good potential for viewing, sure, but on the other hand, I think that there is more likely you're going to find that people son of a people that are on YouTube are more likely to be invested in the individual. I could be off. I don't know. Ben, 90% of the time you're winging it. Yeah, me too. Okay, we're at 1283. I'm trying to get my tenon down to about 12. Because that'll be the diameter I want the pin to be, or the section. What the hell? Dude, this thing's got a mind of its own. Stop it. I can't measure in these conditions. Oh, Lord. Whatever. Get out of here, you. See? That's what would have happened if I went off of that stupid thing. But, you know, the other thing, too, is if I was trying to sell pins, the people I want to be focusing on are ones that are most likely going to buy the pins, not so much the ones that want to make them. You know what I mean? So on one hand, you got, I'll finish that thought here in a second. I'm going to be right back. I got to go get my other calipers right quick. Just a moment. Okay, the microphone. There you are.
I found it. But yeah, okay. So what I was saying is about like, what is it that you want to show? What it is that you want to do? That type of stuff. So kind of having that in mind kind of helps determine where you should probably put your time. Now, I don't know for a fact. It's not like I have a bazillion followers or anything like that. But what I do know is that most people that watch my YouTube content are my age and older. There is very few people that are under 35 that watch my pen making, and that's okay with me. I'm not bothered by that or anything. It just is what it is. So the other part of that is, when it comes to what it is that you're making, that's kind of got to cater to the people that you want buying. Oh, now you want to work? Now you want to work when I got my other calipers? Stupid thing. Come on. Ugh, close enough. Yeah. So I mean, you think about what type of people are the buyers of what it is that you do, or consumers of what it is that you're creating, or things like that. So if you have an approach and you have data to look at, knowing how to use and interpret the data is really important. I kind of just ignore the data because I just kind of do what it is that I want to do. And I mean, that's a whole nother thing on itself. So, yeah. Same here. Your audience is mostly around your age. Yeah. And it makes sense. Like, I don't find it shocking to be the case. And if it's not really the audience that you want, then you know what you'd have to do, or have an idea of what you should be changing or altering. All right, Ben. Wifey's making stuff? Mine is too. She just pulled some sourdough out of the oven, and it's smelling real good. But yeah. Oh. Here she comes. Here she comes with it.
You can't smell it, but I wish you could.
They can't hear you.
They can't hear me. Smells good. I wish you guys could smell it.
Yeah.
Yes, I.
Not yet. It's probably the best time for it, though, isn't it? Well, how about that? But anywho, I don't know. That comes into the whole strategy element of it all, and if that's what you want to do, go for it. But I think at the end of the day, it's going to depend on a variety of things, and you won't necessarily know what those things are until you start doing them. So I guess that's kind of still where I'm at in the learning phase of a lot of this stuff. And so as I learn stuff, I try to share stuff too, because just one of those things that if we can all lift each other up a bit, hey, what you're doing is you're elevating your average, right? And what I mean by that is you become the average of the people that you hang around. You want the people that are around you to be a certain type or a certain way or whatever. So basically you're creating that on your own.
And for me, I really like pin making. So the people that I want around me are people that are, constant thinkers, that like to push limits of things, to, do a lot of things along those lines. And I am not mad or upset about how many or few people I have. I guess we should put emphasis on the few, because I don't expect it to be for everybody. If it was, then it wouldn't be as like niche or things like that. The wifey worries about the data. Yeah, and I guess I'm talking mostly about.
Not right now.
I can't. I'm busy. Can't. But yeah, man, I think that's a good thing. Abby does most of the social media, and then I do the YouTubing. And they're very different areas of focus. Even though they're both kind of social media, but there's different directions, I suppose. But yeah, I guess to wrap up that thought, if I wanted more viewers of a younger age group to be aware of what it is that I do, then I'd probably spend more time on TikTok, which is, probably a direction I will pursue, because I do think that handmade pins and, trains of thought and working on systems, this is like a micro version of that, to where you have to create the systems and you have to kind of troubleshoot the different things, and working with your hands, and translating that to your brain, and from your brain to your hands to what your project and all that stuff. So just a completely different, I guess, focus. Welcome back, Ben. But yeah, I think the target audience, or a simple Google search would be like, how many users, or what's the age group of users on YouTube, or what's the age group of people on TikTok, or age group of people on Instagram, or the gender, or the whatever it is that you're looking for. You can pretty much look that data up, or you can find it out yourself by seeing the kind of stuff that you, the individual, gets as far as traffic and all that stuff. Hey, I appreciate you, Ben. You the man. Appreciate that. I usually just kind of determine how I'm feeling that day and be like, oh, you know what I'm going to do today? I'm going to go live. But very much appreciate that, sir. Something else I was thinking about, Ben, since I got you on the horn at least, is because I don't like the idea of running my own Discord, and you do a pretty darn good job of showing up and being consistent with what it is that you do, and being on Discord. What do you think about me carving out a little nook in there? It'd be like a Maverick pin section, or pin maker section, or something like that. I don't want to steal your thunder. Not what I want. And I don't want to like overshadow anything by any means. So yeah, you don't need to answer now either, because I don't want to put you on the spot. It's just an idea I was thinking about because I'm not going to do it. I've already made the Discord, but you know, I don't share it. I don't share it. I don't talk about it. I don't do any of that. So it would be a casual way for me to pop in there and do something or share an idea or a thought or pin related thing. Oh, well, damn. My man. All right. Well, cool. I don't know logistically how that's going to work, but you're a lot more savvy than I am on some things, so you know, like actually, as a matter of fact, a couple days ago on the stream, somebody was asking me how to what the best screws were for mounting a block of wood onto one of the face plates, and I'm like, dude, I am a pin maker. And you know, I know a little bit about bowl turning, but not enough to advise. Well, I wouldn't feel comfortable advising. I've made bowls. That doesn't mean I did it in a way that I should have. Hey, right on, Michael. Have a good rest, bro. Lawrence, what's up, buddy? Welcome back. Got Bone Crusher Studios in the house. James. He's working, even though I'm distracting him every like 5 seconds. Hey, that sounds cool. Pin Maker's Corner. Because yeah, I don't want to like take away anything, man. That's not my intent at all. And it's also, if you don't want, just say no. I mean, just go do your own shit, dude. I'd be all right with that too. Just figured I'd send it out there. Let's see, the Pin Maker's Corner. Sweet. It sounds like a place that I could actually be, you know, be able to do something. Because I don't want to run a Facebook either. Sweet. More creators using it? Yeah. I know, man, and that's what I really like about you specifically, is that you are about the creators and stuff. Of course you want to show what you're working on, but I just think that you're good people and be good stuff. I am absolutely not a bowl maker. Well, cool. I hope your expectations are real low from me as well. Well, I'm thinking about it at least. Let's see. I don't have much of a preference on it either way, man. It's because Maverick, in my mind, is more of, you know, people having their different thoughts and approaches and delivery of different things. That's the literal definition of Maverick that I was going for, not so much the military referencing. Although I was a veteran, so it is a coincidence, I guess. All for the community. Yeah. You're a really good con artist. That's all right, man. That's all right. I don't know if there's much that you could con me out of. But I know that there's already like pin maker discords and stuff, but they're not, you know, we don't know what those people are like, and you can't just seamlessly go into it. And you've contributed quite a bit to my YouTube, that's for sure. Fake it till you make it. Yeah, I suppose I could have done that approach. I've only been on YouTube, I guess, for like 2 years or so now, but I've been turning for a long time, and that was one of my biggest concerns, really. It took me a long time to be comfortable not knowing stuff. Because in my mind, you need to be at the top of the game if you wanted to do that. But I guess times change, and so do people. That's how much we do. Anything? I mean, not really anything off the top. Just more of a place to share different ideas, different like designs in the works, or you know, I also hope this doesn't come off the wrong way, but there's a part of me that wants a very small core group of people that have a variety of skill sets inside that. And the things that you're bringing to the table are going to be complemented by the next person in some ways and stuff like that. So, no, I don't really have a specific thing in mind right now, but it would be pretty cool, I think, to have like a core group of people to work on a project, or heck, even a fundraiser kind of thing of sorts. Not fundraiser so much as a group project kind of thing. I think that's more what I mean. A group project type of thing where I don't know how to organize like I want to make pins for teachers, or I want to make pins for veterans, or do something. It's like hashtag for the veterans, or for the troops, or for the teachers, or the musician or music teachers, or just all those kinds of things. I don't really know how to coordinate or organize something like that, but if we did do something like that, it could be people just putting on a fundraiser or a donation of a pin in order to share with the I don't know. And then obviously the teaching part too is also really near and dear to me, because I don't think not knowing how to do something should be the limiting factor of you expressing your creativity. As cheesy as that sounds, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Because pins haven't made drastic leaps in a long time, and maybe it's because everybody's done it, or it's been done for so long, or maybe it's just because there's not enough people that are doing it that would actually have the skills or thoughts or things like that in order to make something happen. But I know that there are some people that have come by and stopped by, like Hillbilly. I think he would be a good person to potentially organize something like that. But convincing him that it's good. He's a very capable organizer, we'll say. Without sharing too much about him. He can obviously share more than if he wants to, but yeah. And I misspoke when I said fundraiser. It was more not money, but pins that would be going to a cause. And then, this contribution is brought to you by, boom, you know what I mean? And then, that would gain exposure and then traction, and people want to be a part of it. Because, let's be real. How many people do you know that just like making pins because they like making pins, and then on the other hand, they just want to give it away? Well, great. Both those things are fantastic. But why can't we use that type of thing and then have a place for people to give it away if they don't have somebody in mind? And then the other things that I think about is older turners that have been doing it for a long time, that have all the different types of tips and tricks that if they're not shared, they're essentially going to die with them. And I don't mean that in a morbid kind of way, but there's a lot of history that's lost because nobody really talked about it, and it was always a trade secret and this and that. So don't know. Maybe I'm a little ambitious. My ambition is exceedingly past my skill level, at least for now. But you know, if I had a bunch of kits that I just wanted to send to people, that way they can turn them into whatever, use that as some maybe some content or other ways to share the passion and hobby. And I think that would be a good thing. And it would also be a way for people to see their stuff out in the wild, potentially. So, and I guess for the clarity aspect of it, if there's a certain project that is, you know, more or less community-wide, and that requires specific tools or different parameters and stuff like that, then I think it would be pretty cool for there to be like, everybody likes this, great, we're going to move forward with that. And if they didn't want to participate in it, that's also fine. Like I think about the Tapco group buys for the triple lead, taps and dies, and they're very expensive. But if you can get enough people, you can drop that price to about, I don't know, somewhere in the ballpark of like 200-ish for a tap and die set. Whereas they're usually like 300 retail. IAP already does that, but if there was like a specific project, which happens to be one of the things that I've got in the works right now, that I need a specific tap and die set up, that everybody can benefit from, and these will be the early movers on that particular thing. Like if they were a business of sorts, they would be able to jump on it and, you know, move forward with it. And then people that aren't necessarily interested in that sort of thing will fall behind in some ways. And then, I don't know. So like the pencil, the forever pencil thing. Like I don't see anybody making those with like custom resins. But they were a good seller at the pen show. And some people are of the mindset that we don't want to encroach. They don't want to encroach on people's ideas, but they're not really that person's ideas, it's their modification of that idea. Yeah, they do. James, they do it like once a year. I was a part of their group buy last time. That's where I got the different kind of tap. So this is an M13, but it's got like a different coating on it. But one of the things that I'm thinking about is not triple lead, but it is a multi-start, and I think it could be impactful to the pin community. I think it'll be well received in the pin community. It's just, I kind of wonder how makers view that type of thing. I really dragged my feet on showing anybody really how I make pins, because not because I was worried about it, but because I didn't want other makers to be like, "What are you doing, dude?" I didn't want to get blacklisted. And then I think I just got to a point where I'm like, I don't really care about that as much. But also, I don't want to give it out to people that aren't really contributing at the same time. You know what I mean? If you aren't doing much innovation or aiding in the innovation, I don't really think that you should reap the rewards of those that are pushing limits of things. But maybe that's just my old mindset, old philosophy, or something like that. I don't know. Because I mean, I'm pretty much a self-taught pin maker. The whole sequencing and processes that I do are going to be familiar because you're making a pin, right? But the way you go about doing it is always different from maker to maker, and you know, people having a starting point would alleviate hours and hours and days of stuff. Yeah, there's enough videos out there for sure. There didn't used to be. About 5 years ago or so, there was not very much. Bob from RJB is he worked with Jim Hines, and that was probably the most valuable one I ever saw. But you know, that should be a starting point for somebody that's trying to build something on their own, or to be able to like innovate and, you know, kind of make it more something that's personal to them. And that's kind of the other thing that I talk about a lot in stream. It's like, you should practice whatever it is, or pick someone that you like, follow them for a bit, learn how they do whatever it is, and then change the channel, kind of thing. You find somebody else that's doing it too, that maybe has a different approach, or different tips or tricks or techniques and stuff like that. But foundationally speaking, I think that there is a more or less baseline. Like the other thing I talk about is I used to start with a 1/2 inch and a 3/8 inch section. Like the first pins I made were all single start, and they were not great. This is actually one. This is one I made on stream, and it's a single start. And then I kind of winged making the whole thing, and there were a couple people that stayed the whole time, but there's a lot of threads. And the reason there's more threads is because getting this ink refill to fit like perfectly is a real challenge. So you'll have to keep like trimming back the threads and stuff like that. But this is a 3/8 inch, and then this is a 1/2 inch. So basic tap and die, you can get a process going, and then if you find that it's something that you really like doing, then you can actually spend the money to get the triple lead, or use single start to your advantage in some ways, because it's going to line up perfectly every time, or the same way every time. But yeah, there didn't used to be videos out there. I think people kind of realized that, and it's like, ooh, this is an untapped area, you know, which is similar to what I did too. It's like, this is a pretty untapped area. So, might as well. But I think that's one of the other things about it too, for me personally, is I do my best, or for a while I didn't even touch people's pens, because I didn't want it to be thought that I was replicating some of the things that they do. But I think that showed me a lot of ways of how not to be. But whatever. Lessons learned. Yeah. And we covered a lot of ground today, that's for sure. Solving world problems. Fountain pen world problems, at least. For makers. I'm going to do a little bit more here. Hey! Thanks, Vinny. I try. I wasn't wrapping it up quite yet, but just, you know, I got to a little bit of recap, you know. You'll copy me any day of the week. If I'm able to make a pen in 50, oh man, I appreciate it. You know, it just kind of reminds me of, like, you know, when Thanksgiving, you're like, this just is not like how my mom used to do it or my grandma used to do it or whatever. It's like it's missing that key ingredient. But yeah, I just... But I'm sure with a little bit of practice and a couple pointers here and there, man, you'd be doing, you know, at least just as good, man. Because you've already got foundation skills and have an idea of the properties of how the material behaves and all that. So those are just valuable things that would narrow the gap. I don't know if I'll ever be able to use high-speed steel effectively as you. I also don't really think that there's like the longevity aspect of it when people are just doing what other people would like, you know, one for one. Like it might work for a little bit, but I don't think it'll be like a forever sort of thing because some people have different different goals, really, is kind of what it comes down to. So because your passion probably isn't even in pin making. So could you do it? Yeah, probably. But how sustainable would it be, you know? Even my video of how I make a hitless fountain pen or whatever, like I don't turn it the same way. So my process has changed. All right, this is the last section, and then we'll get to shaping the bodies. Oh, dang! Man! Hell of a man. Thank you so much. And that's the cool stuff, in my opinion. Having that whole diversity and different backgrounds, but a common interest. Appreciate you, man. Oh, I can like that? Oh. Yeah, buddy. There we go. Boom. Okay. Boom. Good fit. That's a snug fit. Okay, we will work with that. All right. Need to pop this out, then the other pieces in, then hit it with a little bit of sandpaper. Hopefully this will be enough to grab. Are you gonna be able to grab? Maybe. We'll see. I just need to do a little bit of a chamfer in here. A little chamfer on the inside there. It should have been done before. What? As processes change. Oh. This is a little non-standard, by the way. A little non-standard. Right on, man. I really appreciate you being here, and thanks for the donation, sir. You are the bomb. And then I guess moving forward, we'll get some more clarity on what we can do with the other aspect of that Discord, that is. Yes, sir. Will do. Will do. Yes, sir. If y'all aren't taking a look at Ben at BW Woodwork, you definitely should. Very knowledgeable about all the equipment, materials, and a good fella. No, I don't want that. Well, you're the man to me, all right? You're the man. What? You're kidding. When did that change occur? Has it been that long? Oh, he's an awesome Viking from Denmark. Four to 6 weeks? Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. I need to get with the program, huh? Okay, so what I'm doing right now is, I guess, wasting time because I need to measure the depth of the caps and then mark it. Alrighty. Sections are up and running. And then here, this will work. But at this point, what I need to do is measure the depth of the cap, which is around 60 is where I mark it. The actual depth is should be about 58 or so millimeter. That my calipers probably will goober up and not actually show, so it doesn't really matter in this particular case. So I'm just using the bottom part of the calipers here. Yep, 274. So I'm just measuring the depth of where the drill bit goes all the way in, and then I give it about 1/8 of an inch after. And this is because I don't want to be too close. And they're going to be pretty much the same because, well, they should be the same. Because they were all drilled with the same drill. And it has the same stopper and everything. And it also gives you a chance to clear out some of the stuff on the inside, some of the extra swarf. And that is a term that's, from my understanding, that's adopted from metal shavings. This is the fun stuff that I don't put in videos usually because it's tedious. Okay, now for the other part of the measuring, I don't need to measure the actual barrel itself because I know that I'll have extra room. So it stops about here, but my mark is going to end up being like down here because I'm going for a particular size. So I'm measuring right now the final size of the pen that it's going to be. Which I like a pen that's about 5.5 inches. I like making them, I guess. 5.5 inches. I found 6 inches as a pen to be long, and it's way longer than it needs to be too. This could actually be done at about 5 or even smaller if we made the section smaller. So that's where it gets interesting. All right, now these can all come back apart. Boom. If you couldn't see, this is all the things that I was working on. Right on, ma'am. Oh, man. Right on, James. I'll see you around, buddy. Thank you for hanging out. It was good seeing you here. Ah, yeah. Yeah, she got her adenoids taken out and then her turbinates taken out. So she was breathing through her mouth pretty much for her whole life and gone to the allergist and stuff, and it just was not the actual problem. I'll see you around, man. I'll keep an eye out as well so we can chat too. Have a good day. Boom. There we go. Alrighty, and let's pop this bad boy off. Hey, you want all these Marauders?
Yes.
Sweet. So the thing with flat-ended pins like this is going to be, is it has a different thing about it that's going to give it a different kind of challenge compared to the round ones. And that is when you're trying to sand the backside here. Some people they just have the sandpaper right here and it's spinning, and what it's going to end up doing is making circular, like a circular shape there, and that's not a very good thing when you're trying to have a very nice finish, I would say. I think it is one of those things that is hard to get right, but to the people that are very that scrutinize things a lot, I think it's worthwhile to get it in a way that is, not spiral. All right. Sweet. I think for today, it has been a great stream. Lots of ground covered today. I think I'm going to go hop off and help Abby with some of the other stuff. So, I hope that's all right with you all. Had a good stream, had a good time. Got some new faces in here. Thank you very much. A good meeting you. And let's see. Yeah. Have a wonderful, safe weekend. I don't think there's really anything else to say, I guess. But yeah. It was a good time, that's for sure. Boom. There we go. Full screen. But yeah. Probably pick this up tomorrow and continue working on the barrels and caps and stuff. Or maybe not. I don't know. Probably, I don't know. That's the beauty of it. Just kind of come in and work. But yeah, James, Benny, thank you, Benny. Good. Have a good one, my man. So I will see y'all next time. Have a good one.